one, go! L, you died on slap battle.
If you were a fan of FNAF at any point since the now 11 years If you were a fan of FNAF at any point since the now 11 years since the first FNAF game came. If you were a fan of FNAF at any point since the now 11 years since the first FNAF game came out, then there's no doubt that you know who this guy is.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome to
Markiplier is often credited with the explosion of FNAF's popularity into mainstream culture back at around 2014 to 2015. In combination with the other Let's Play YouTubers and YouTubers that focused on the lore of the series, Mark's gameplay videos offered viewers a way to experience FNAF without actually playing the games. Though Markiplier was known for more than just playing through these FNAF games, today he's often referred to as the king of Five Nights at Freddy's, and the reason for that is his completions of FNAF's max modes.
Oh my god! Oh, I did it! Ah!
You see, in every Five Nights at Freddy's game, the main game is just that, Five Nights at Freddy's. It spans over the 5 nights that you'd see in a normal work week. But once you complete night 5 of the main game, some additional content is unlocked with a new 6th night, with the animatronics on an even harder difficulty. Complete that night and you unlock the custom night, where you can now create your own night by manually adjusting the AI of each animatronic, making them harder or easier. Since the max difficulty setting of every animatronic is 20 AI, it didn't take long until players began to attempt 420 mode, or 2020-2020 mode as it was called back then. Markiplier was one of these players, and on August 21st of 2014 would complete the original 2020-2020 mode in FNAF 1, demonstrating his skill within the game. Around 3 months after the original FNAF had blown up in popularity, FNAF 2 released and continued to build the hype around the series. In this new game with more than double the animatronic count of the first, viewers were eagerly waiting to see if the king of FNAF would attempt the now hardest challenge within the series. All 10 animatronics in FNAF 2 set to 20 AI, or 1020 mode. And on December 14th of 2014, Markiplier would do just that, uploading a video in which he completed 1020 mode in FNAF 2. This was the video that really cemented Mark's place as the king of FNAF. But as the years went on and people began to understand more and more about how these FNAF games work under the hood, some questions began to arise as to whether or not Markiplier legitimately completed 1020 mode in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Some animatronics seemed to be missing from certain parts of the video, and there seemed to be some weird cuts all throughout it. And those suspicions are what we are here to investigate today. Before we continue with this video, I do want to make it explicitly clear that I do not hate, nor do I want people to hate Markiplier. I grew up watching Markiplier. Markiplier is one of the most genuine and down-to-earth people on this platform. I don't want this video to seem like a hit piece made out of pure hate. I just think it's cool that the technical FNAF community is so knowledgeable about these games that with just 15 to 20 seconds of footage, we can tell exactly what's happening within the game. It also gives me an excuse to go a little bit deeper into my favorite original FNAF game that hasn't been seen on this channel in detail in quite a long time. Regardless of what your opinions are, remember it's just a game that he played 10 years ago at that. Don't go into Markiplier's comments and harassing him, please keep things to yourself. Be respectful, and most importantly, enjoy the video. Now, before we talk about what was truly going on in Markiplier's video itself, I'm going to spend the first part of this video talking about exactly how FNAF 2 works. I won't be going over how everything in this game works, as it does get very deep with some super niche information. I'll just go over everything that is relevant in order to investigate Markiplier's completion. Because of the nature of this video, whenever I talk about anything relating to how FNAF 2 works, I'll put the source code from the FNAF 2 MFA file in the bottom left corner here to show exactly where I'm getting my information from. And before anyone comments about this, yes, all code and gameplay that will be showcased in this video is from version 1.031 of FNAF 2, the same version that Markiplier played 1020 on. The first and most basic thing to go over applies to almost every animatronic in the game, and it's how they move throughout the building. Most FNAF games operate on a system known as movement opportunities. This concept can be broken into two pieces: AI values and intervals. Which he completed. Now create your own night by manually adjusting the AI of each animatronic, making them harder or easier. Since the max difficulty setting of every animatronic is 20 AI, it didn't take long until players began to attempt 420 mode, or 2020-2020 mode as it was called back then. Markiplier was one of these players, and on August 21st of 2014 would complete the original 2020-2020 mode in FNAF 1, demonstrating his skill within the game. Around 3 months after the original FNAF had blown up in popularity, FNAF 2 released and continued to build the hype around the series. In this new game with more than double the animatronic count of the first, viewers were eagerly waiting to see if the King of FNAF would attempt the now hardest challenge within the series. All 10 animatronics in FNAF 2 set to 20 AI, or 1020 mode. And on December 14th of 2014, Markiplier would do just that, uploading a video in which he completed 1020 mode in FNAF 2. This was the video that really cemented Mark's place as the king of FNAF. But as the years went on and people began to understand more and more about how these FNAF games work under the hood, some questions began to arise as to whether or not Markiplier legitimately completed 1020 mode in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Some animatronics seemed to be missing from certain parts of the video, and there seemed to be some weird cuts all throughout it. And those suspicions are what we are here to investigate today. Before we continue with this video, I do want to make it explicitly clear that I do not hate, nor do I want people to hate Markiplier. I grew up watching Markiplier. Markiplier is one of the most genuine and down-to-earth people on this platform. I don't want this video to seem like a hit piece made out of pure hate. I just think it's cool that the technical FNAF community is so knowledgeable about these games that with just 15 to 20 seconds of footage, we can tell exactly what's happening within the game. It also gives me an excuse to go a little bit deeper into my favorite original FNAF game that hasn't been seen on this channel in detail in quite a long time. Regardless of what your opinions are, remember it's just a game that he played 10 years ago at that. Don't go into Markiplier's comments and harassing him. Please keep things to yourself. Be respectful, and most importantly, enjoy the video. Now, before we talk about what was truly going on in Markiplier's video itself, I'm going to spend the first part of this video talking about exactly how FNAF 2 works. I won't be going over how everything in this game works, as it does get very deep with some super niche information. I'll just go over everything that is relevant in order to investigate Markiplier's completion. Because of the nature of this video, whenever I talk about anything relating to how FNAF 2 works, I'll put the source code from the FNAF 2 MFA file in the bottom left corner here to show exactly where I'm getting my information from. And before anyone comments about this, yes, all code and gameplay that will be showcased in this video is from version 1.031 of FNAF 2, the same version that Markiplier played 1020 on. The first and most basic thing to go over applies to almost every animatronic in the game, and it's how they move throughout the building. Most FNAF games operate on a system known as movement opportunities. This concept can be broken into two pieces: AI values and intervals. In FNAF 2, all intervals are exactly 5 seconds. This does get a bit wonky on older patches, and we'll get into that later, but just for the sake of this explanation, assume that every interval is exactly 5 seconds long. On every 5-second interval, all regular animatronics within the building will have a chance to move based on their AI value. Foxy and Golden Freddy here work a bit differently, but they aren't really that relevant for anything in Markiplier's completion, so we won't have to talk about them here. Now, let's use Withered Freddy as an example for how movement opportunities work. We could pick anyone in this group here, but Withered Freddy is my favorite animatronic of all time, so we'll go with him. Withered Freddy starts out in the parts and service room, and on his next successful movement will move to the main hallway. So on the next 5-second interval, the game looks at Withered Freddy's AI value. For this example, let's say his AI value is 10. Now, the game will roll a random number between 1 and 20. If this number is less than or equal to Withered Freddy's AI, he will move into the main hallway. Think of it like the animatronic rolling a 20-sided die in order to determine if they're going to move. In fact, this analogy has been used so much that you can almost think of it like the frame rule bus analogy from Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning in FNAF terms. If you've been paying attention, then you might have picked up on the fact that when the game rolls the random value to compare against Withered Freddy's dice roll, it's a value between 1 and 20, the same range of values that we see on the custom night screen. This is why 20 is the max difficulty, because on 20 AI, it wouldn't matter what Freddy rolls. He's always going to be rolling a random number less than or equal to 20. So he's always going to be moving on every 5-second interval. To simplify this further, however high an animatronic's AI value is, that AI value over 20 is their percent chance to move. So for 10 AI, what's the chance? 50%. 15 AI, 75%. 5 AI, 25%. Now, there are a few things within FNAF 2 that we have to talk about regarding animatronic movement in combination with movement opportunities. Firstly, animatronics cannot move backwards in FNAF 2. Every regular animatronic has a starting camera and a return point. The starting camera is where they will start at the beginning of the night, and the return point is the camera that they will return back to after they're cleared from the office by using the Freddy mask. As you can see in this clip, after Toy Bonnie leaves the office, he does not go back to Cam 9, but instead returns to a closer camera. For some characters, these cameras are one and the same, but for others, their return points can be much closer to your office than their starting cameras. The only regular animatronics that don't follow this movement rule exactly are Mangle and Withered Freddy, who have two 50-50s in their movement paths. Everyone else makes a beeline straight for your office. This will be super important for later in this video, so remember that animatronics cannot move freely around the building like in FNAF 1, 3, 4, or 6. They are always on a direct path towards your office. Secondly, animatronics in FNAF 2 are never truly at 20 AI. Even when set to 20 AI in the custom night, FNAF 2 will hard cap most of the animatronics AI at 15, with Golden Freddy being capped at 10 and Withered Foxy capped at 17. The reason for this is to keep some randomness at play even on 1020 mode, so remember that for all regular animatronics, even if you set their AI value to any value between 15 and 20, the game will cap it at 15 when you enter the night. So we know that on 1020 mode, every regular animatronic has a 75% chance to move on every 5-second interval. Keep that in the back of your head, as it's going to be super important later. Now, before we move on to analyzing Markiplier's video, I'd like to give thanks here to It's Taken for helping me with this section and everything that you're going to see from here on out in this video. Now, with all of the background knowledge out of the way, we can discuss Markiplier's video itself.
Приветствую.
Before we get into the math or anything, it's important to consider why we're even suspicious of this run in the first place. Well, to put it simply, it's because Markiplier didn't include the full uncut run of 1020 mode. But it's not just that. Yes, it is strange that he didn't include the full completion, especially considering that for both Sister Location and FNAF 1, max modes that he did before and after 1020 mode, he did leave in the full run. But you might be saying, well, Mark cut his runs of 420 on FNAF 4 and Nightmare Aggressive only on FNAF 3, so why aren't we talking about those as well? It is true that he cut the footage up in FNAF 3 and FNAF 4. However, I'd like you to pay attention to the placement of his cut at the end of his FNAF 2 run specifically. Here, I'll play the clip.
I'm sweating, I'm crying, that was awesome and awful, I hate it, I never want to do it again. Okay, so on the rumor mill, Five Nights at Freddy's 3, oh, I need a minute. Okay, so the rumor is Five Nights at Freddy's.
After Markiplier completes the night, he doesn't just go to the custom night to show off his Golden Freddy star, or even re-enter the night to show off the Golden Freddy plushie that you obtain from beating 1020 mode. Instead, he insists that he has to catch his breath after beating the mode, then transitions using a crossfade to the custom night screen where Golden Freddy mode is marked as completed. At no point do we ever see Mark go from the menu to this Golden Freddy screen all in one cut. This led people to speculate whether or not Markiplier had played on an easier difficulty than true 1020 mode, then passed the recording off as legitimate by cutting up the footage. In fact, Mark even acknowledges cutting the footage in this exact way as suspicious in his FNAF 3 Nightmare Aggressive only completion, in which he did a very similar cut.
Aggressive nightmare mode, that is aggressive nightmare mode. Complete, legit, done. Not that it matters because my webcam fell over and I could have cut in between there like, yeah, I was doing Fast 9 no errors radar. Yeah, but god damn it. Oh man.
The only reason that we aren't talking about that run as well is because there's virtually nothing to go off of in his winning run. Whereas in FNAF 2, as you'll see, there is quite a bit of evidence. I guess the idea might have been a bit fresh in his mind. As early as 11 years ago, a user named Villain Decay brought this up on the r/Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit, and I promise, dude, I will avenge you because this man got mauled in the replies. So let's rewind a bit. We know that Markiplier is constantly cutting up the footage throughout the video, so the only footage that matters to us right now are the last 18 seconds after the last gameplay transition, from 9:09 to 9:27, since this is the only raw footage that we know for a fact is from the winning run. If we look closely at this footage, you might notice that something seems a little bit off. Here, I'll play the clip in full. If you don't see it at first, within Mark's footage, there isn't a single sighting of any toy animatronics whatsoever. We only directly see Withered Freddy and Withered Chica. But it doesn't just end there. Remember earlier how I said that movement opportunities and that 75% chance would be really important for this video? Well, there happens to be two characters that make the likelihood of this run being legitimate decrease drastically. They are Balloon Boy and Mangle. Now, what makes Balloon Boy and Mangle special in comparison to the rest of the toy animatronics that are also missing is that they both have distinct sound cues that they play when they move throughout the building, meaning we're able to know if they fail movements even if we can't directly see them. Balloon Boy's movement path is as follows. He starts in camera 10, then moves to camera 7, then 3, 1, 5, and your vent blind spot. He doesn't have renders for cameras 7, 3, and 1, but based on the code that I'm showing in the bottom left corner, you can see that those are indeed his movement paths. On every movement except for his very first, you'll see that this alterable variable b of cam 1 is set to a random number between 1 and 3. These values for alterable variable b correspond to the 3 respective sound cues that Balloon Boy can make when moving between any of these cameras.
Hi. Hello?
So we know that every time Balloon Boy isn't in camera 10, he has a 1 in 4 chance to stay silent on every 5-second interval. Mangle is similar. She starts in camera 12, then moves into 11, 10, and 7. From here, Mangle will move into the office hallway, then cam 2. She then has a 50-50 to either move into cam 1 or into the vent. If she moves into cam 1, she'll move back to cam 2 on her next successful movement. If she moves into the vent, she'll move into the vent blind spot after 5 seconds have passed and you pull up the cameras. As I stated before, along with Withered Freddy, this makes Mangle one of the only characters in FNAF 2 that can move somewhat randomly, albeit only between two cameras. What's important for us though is how Mangle's sound cues work. Once Mangle is in the main hall, the game uses a similar structure to Balloon Boy to play her sound cues for further movements. In fact, it's the exact same structure, with a random number being pulled from 1 to 3, and each of those numbers corresponding to a sound cue that can be heard throughout the building. The only difference is that Mangle's sound cues are produced by her being in a range of positions called Hear Footsteps Then Moving, or moving into that range from Cam 7, whereas Balloon Boy's happen in his movement code itself, which results in the same outcome. In this case, it sounds like a metal clanging. The only difference between Balloon Boy and Mangle is the variable name, B for Balloon Boy and M for Mangle. So we know that Mangle's movements from the main hall into the office hallway into Cam 2, Cam 2 to Cam 1, and Cam 1 to Cam 2 will all play some sort of universal sound cue, basically anything in this area of the building. We also know that Mangle will return to the main hall upon being cleared, meaning that any movement that isn't her going into your vent will play one of these three sound cues. And we know that Balloon Boy will always play a sound cue if he's past his first movement. Now let's watch Mark's winning clip again. Remember to keep your ears peeled for any sound cues. Well, that's a bit strange. On top of not seeing any toy animatronics, we also don't hear any sound cues from Balloon Boy or Mangle. This is weird, but just how weird is it? Well, along with some theoretical math that we'll get into later, I also decided to do some field research by collecting some 1020 runs that I know are legitimate. First, I have Oh Look It's FNAF's completion of 1020 mode, the first recorded completion, which was a raw recording in its entirety. For extra insurance, I also went ahead and downloaded the 1.031 patch of FNAF 2 that Markiplier was playing on, and beat 1020 mode with the same old strategy on that patch. If you'd like to see that full video uncut, it's up on my second channel. So let's look at the last 15 seconds of footage from those two other completions.
Switch to TurboTax and file your own taxes free in the app if you didn't file with us last.
Well, that's a bit strange. In the last 19 seconds of Oh Look It's FNAF's completion, the same length as Markiplier's ending clip, we heard 4 sound cues from Mangle and 4 sound cues from Balloon Boy. In my run, we heard 2 sound cues from Mangle and even see her physically, and 2 sound cues from Balloon Boy. I mean, that's a little odd. It seems like for both other clips, there was quite a few Mangle and Balloon Boy sounds. It's not just the last 15 seconds either. In fact, if you take any 15 seconds from either of these legitimate completions, that isn't at the start obviously, we hear Mangle or Balloon Boy at some point. And that's based only on sound, not even seeing other toy animatronics or counting Balloon Boy's silent points when he's in the vent blind spot, even though he is physically visible. And yes, I not only beat 1020 True Old Strat for this video, but I also sifted through both of these recordings for 2 hours straight, marking out every single 5-second interval and seeing if Balloon Boy and Mangle made any noises. So if you'd like to make this very tired man really happy, if you learned something new, or you're just enjoying the video so far, I would really appreciate it if you subscribed. It means the world to me. Now, back to the game. How weird was Markiplier's last 19 seconds, statistically speaking? This clip is approximately 19 seconds long, meaning 3 5-second intervals took place within the clip. We know that everyone moves on 5-second intervals, so if we hear a bang in the vents, we know that that happened on a 5-second interval, and we can use that to map out all of the intervals within the clip. For this section, I'll be speaking in video timestamps when referencing intervals. We hear vent bangs at 9:13 and 9:19, but we don't hear any at 9:24, meaning an interval did pass, as it was 5 seconds away from the last vent bang. But no one was close enough to the office to enter the vents or leave them. We also know that the last interval to happen before this clip had to have been at 9:08, 5 seconds before 9:13. Keep this in mind as this will be important for Mangle specifically later. This means that in the last 19 seconds of Mark's completion, he passes over 3 intervals where either Balloon Boy or Mangle could have made their sound cues. We also know that Balloon Boy couldn't possibly be in camera 10, where his next movement is silent, as right when the clip starts, Mark still has the mask on from a blackout, and we don't hear any immediate banging in the vents. When a vent animatronic that isn't Toy Bonnie leaves the vents, they'll always play this audio file. And since we don't hear it at the beginning of the clip, we know that Balloon Boy couldn't have possibly been cleared before this clip started. So he can't be in camera 10 at the point of the clip starting without failing any extra movements. Now we know that in order for this clip to be legitimate, Balloon Boy had to have failed his movement on all 3 intervals, totaling at 3 failed movements. Mangle is a bit more complicated. Unlike Balloon Boy, Mangle's sound cues last pretty long, ranging from 2.2 seconds to 4.7 seconds. Why is this important? Well, remember that this clip fades in at exactly 9:09, and we know the previous interval before this clip started would have been 9:08, meaning even if Mangle's random sound cue selection ended up on her shortest sound cue, Metal Walk 2, we'd still be able to hear it as the clip transitions in. If you think I'm just cherry picking here, we can look at earlier clips in the video that were played on actual 1020 and hear this exact thing happening. If we look at 322 to 329, a clip where Mark dies at 325, you can hear a Mangle sound cue from an interval that occurred before the clip started.
God damn it, damn you!
So let's try and pinpoint the best possible position Mangle could be in to favor Mark's odds here. For Mangle to not make any sound cues, we'd have to have her moving from cam 2 into cam 6, as she doesn't make a distinct sound cue on that movement. And we can reason that for the sake of Mark's defense, the banging in the vents is Mangle. We know that Mangle cannot have possibly moved into the vent on the 9:08 interval. Why? Using the same logic that Balloon Boy couldn't have been in cam 10. If Mangle were to move into cam 6 at 9:08, we'd be hearing the last 2 seconds of vent walk 1 as the clip starts. So even in the best case, Mangle is guaranteed to fail a movement at 9:08. From here, things are a little bit more open-ended, and we have to account for that. Mangle and Balloon Boy are special characters in not just how they make sounds when they move throughout the building, but also how they enter your office, as they are the only 2 characters that can sit in your office without jump scaring you. For this reason, Scott coded the game such that Mangle and Balloon Boy aren't able to move into your vent blind spot unless the cameras are pulled up. This doesn't apply to other vent characters like Toy Bonnie or Toy Chica, with Toy Bonnie just needing the light to be off to move in and Toy Chica just moving in regardless. This is important to us because the last interval in this clip happens when Mark is just sitting in the office. So if Mangle is in camera 6 during this interval, it works in Mark's favor when calculating the odds, as she doesn't need to fail a movement here to stay in camera 6. This leaves 3 possible paths in which Mangle can move after she fails the first movement opportunity. She could not move on both intervals, she could not move then move into the vent, and she could move into the vent and then not move. Since all 3 of these events can satisfy this condition, we compute the probabilities of each one, then add them together. Now, we multiply that with the odds of Balloon Boy failing all 3 of his movements, which comes out in total to 13 over 4096. This is a low chance, but it's still possible to happen. Though, if we consider any case where Mangle isn't starting in camera 2, the odds get dramatically worse, instead resulting in 1 in 16,384. But remember, this is only factoring in 2 animatronics. There were no sightings of any toy animatronics across this entire clip. We only saw the original 4. That's right, we only saw the original 4 animatronics. Come to think of it, why did Markiplier react so hard when he saw the 3rd star in the menu? You get that from 420 mode, not 1020 mode. Ooh, shit. If we circle all the way back to when we were first talking about why this run was suspicious, it was because of the cut after Markiplier beat it, cutting from the menu to the Golden Freddy custom night screen. Why didn't he just go straight to the custom night menu all in one clip? Because his winning run wasn't performed on 1020 mode, it was performed on 420 mode. Doesn't it make a lot of sense? We don't see any toy animatronics in the entire clip, and the odds of Mangle and Balloon Boy being in positions where they can't be heard or seen are very, very low. But to me, what's so weird is how Mark reacts when he sees the 3rd star. You see that he pauses for a moment, sees the star, then pops off even more than he already was. However, you don't get this star from 1020, you get it from 420 and only 420. If we go into the save file for the game, you'll see these variables, C1 through 10. All of these variables correspond to a custom night preset within the custom night menu. If one of them is set to 1, then you obtain a specific reward for that preset. For 420 mode or C1, you unlock the gold star. For new and shiny, you unlock the Toy Bonnie action figure. For Double Trouble, you unlock the Bonnie plush. For Night of Misfits, you unlock the BB plush. For Foxy Foxy, you unlock the Foxy plush. For Ladies Night, you unlock the Chica plush. For Freddy's Circus, you unlock the Freddy plush. For the Cupcake Challenge, you unlock the Cupcake. For Fazbear Fever, you unlock Withered Freddy's microphone. And for 1020, you unlock the Golden Freddy plush. All of these events are completely exclusive to their own presets, meaning if you beat 1020 and only 1020, you would still have 2 stars. Why does this matter? Well, Markiplier didn't have any of the rewards on his desk for any of the other presets. He just went straight into 1020 mode. You can even see in the clip from 525 to 540 that when Markiplier dies and the game goes back to the main menu, he only has 2 stars. He had never played any of the presets before 1020. So if he went back into the menu after beating Golden Freddy mode and only Golden Freddy mode, he should have seen this. This is a file that I had beat 1020 and no other presets on. And as you can see, I have the star in the custom night menu, Golden Freddy is on my desk, but I don't have the 3rd star in the main menu. So we've determined that Markiplier played 420, acted like it was 1020, then cut the footage to the custom night menu to show the supposed proof that he had beaten 1020 mode. But if he didn't beat 1020 mode, how did he get these stars in the custom night menu? Believe it or not, FNAF games are insanely easy to cheat, especially the first and second game. The most well-known method is a simple cheat code. In the first FNAF game, by pressing C, D, then the plus key on the number pad of the keyboard, you could instantly jump to the winning night frame and skip the night. This also worked in FNAF 2, with the added condition that your cursor had to be over Toy Freddy's nose on this poster in the office. However, this method wasn't discovered until the code of both FNAF 1 and 2 was decompiled, which happened after Markiplier's video. But the other well-known method was known way before his video, and that method is file editing. When I previously covered this topic in the technical FNAF iceberg video, a lot of people were defending Markiplier by saying that he wouldn't be able to figure out how to file edit. And if anything, that just kind of seems like an insult to the guy's intelligence. If anyone here has ever played modded Minecraft, it's essentially just that, but even easier. If you're on a Windows computer, just press the Windows key and R at the same time to pull up the run window, then type in %appdata% and go into the MMF applications folder. Open Freddy 2 in any kind of text editor and boom, you can now change your save file. By just setting C10 to 1, you've now beaten Golden Freddy mode. Plenty of tutorials on how to do this existed before Mark's video, and if you still think Mark wouldn't be able to figure this out, here's a Steam post from my profile in 2015 that I made at 9 years old. I finally beat 1020 mode. Yeah, I am sure you did, buddy. If 9-year-old me can figure it out, I'm sure Mark can too. And that was about where I was ready to wrap up this video. The extremely low odds when only factoring in 2 animatronics, the fact that 0 toy animatronics were seen anywhere in the last clip, combined with the suspicious cuts that weren't present in his sister location and FNAF 1 videos, and the third star, all point to the theory that Mark pretended like he was playing 1020 mode while actually playing on 420 mode, then cut the footage, edited his file for the supposed proof that he had beaten 1020 mode, then made a jump cut after acting like he needed to take a breather. But I decided to take one last look at the rest of this video, and that's when I found something that makes this a whole lot crazier. Bring out the detective thread board because things are about to get even more interesting.
Kicking up the dirt as I pull up my skirt. When I walk by, they all on the
I think even without this next part of the video, it's pretty clear what happened. But this was just a lot of other weird stuff that I found in every part of the video that isn't the last 19 seconds. YouTube videos back in this time period didn't have much editing involved. They were more carried by the personality of the content creator. So I was able to map out every single cut in this video and analyze and compare every single clip throughout it. The first thing that I noticed was that there were some stark contrasts between some of the clips at the beginning of the video and some of the clips near the end of the video. I first went through every clip and applied the same tests that I did on the ending clip, listening for Balloon Boy and Mangle's universal sound cues. Out of the 37 total clips, in 5 of them, Mark was at the very start of the night explaining something to the audience, so we'll disregard those. In 2 of the clips, he dives too early into them to make anything out. Then in 27 clips, with 15 of them being deaths, we either see or hear Mangle or Balloon Boy in some way. And with how much more active everyone generally seems to be, we can safely say that these clips are likely to be on 1020 mode. That leaves clip 18, 20, 35, and as we already discussed, the 37th clip in which Mark completes the night. When I was first piecing together the rest of this video after initially studying the last clip, I was looking for something, anything that was changing between clips so that I could possibly link them together. Obviously, nothing in the game would work, but maybe something in the facecam will. So I began to study the facecam in between clips, and see if anything at all changed between them. Well, I noticed that sometimes when Mark dies, he tends to touch his hair in some way, meaning that if his hair was in the exact same position throughout multiple different clips, then those clips are likely to be from the same run. This isn't exactly concrete, but it was what led me to consider that maybe other parts of the video aside from the last 19 seconds should also be looked at and taken into consideration. And if you look really closely at the top left corner of Mark's hair, you can see this tiny strand that pokes out and casts a pretty noticeable shadow on his forehead. And we see this across all of these suspicious clips. 18, 20, 35, and 37. You can even see in transitions, like clip 35 to 36, how it disappears then reappears on the transition to clip 37. Applying the BB and Mangle tests from the ending clip to all of these clips with the hair strand, we have these results. Some parts of these clips are just absolutely insane, like in clip 35 where we don't hear a single vent noise.
Come on. Hello.
Some others also just kind of come off as like bad acting. Like in clip 18, what is bro stressing about? No one is here and he has like a full box. If we take all of this into consideration, it's very likely that these 4 clips were all part of the same winning run, and were stitched in with 1020 fails to give the illusion that the run was legitimate. I also decided to keep track of the nighttime during each clip. which led to some even weirder findings. Of all of the clips in the video, Mark is only shown to make it past 2 AM in 6 clips. The 4 clips with the hair strand that we talked about being part of the quote-unquote winning run played on 420 mode, but also 2 additional clips. In clips 25 and 36, we do see toy animatronics, and we don't see the hair strand, so we know it's not part of the clips that could make up the 420 run. But everyone just seems super slow, or just not as active as they normally would be in 1020 mode. This is especially evident in clip 25, when the danger ambience, that FNAF 2 meme noise that everyone knows and loves, completely stops.
Ah! Ah! Oh, fuck. So lucky!
If you don't know how insane that is, this danger audio plays not just when someone is in the hallway or in the vents, but if anyone is in cam 5, 6, 1, or 2. Do you realize how insane that is? At 4 AM and 1020, no one was even remotely close to Mark. The intervals for this clip are as follows, so we have 3 movement opportunities total within the clip. In order for the danger sound cue to completely stop, assuming best case odds that everyone was just magically cleared from the office the frame this clip started, 4 animatronics would have to fail 3 movements in a row, as their return points are only 1 camera outside this range. Freddy would have to either fail one of his 3 movements, or succeed all 3 movements and hit a 50-50 to move back into cam 7. Balloon Boy would have to fail at least 1 movement, so accounting for the fact that his movement could be any of his 3 intervals, we use this formula. And Toy Freddy would have to fail 2 movements, but we account for the fact that it can be any 2 movements, and that comes out to, in the absolute best case, 1 in 240,136,397. Best case. I also want to make it clear here that the situation in which everyone is at their starting positions the moment the clip starts literally cannot happen in normal gameplay. If we were to somehow simulate something like this happening, at the very minimum we need 2 extra failed movements from Withered Bonnie or Withered Chica in order to keep them in their starting camera as everyone is being cleared, which bumps the odds up to a cool 1 in roughly 4 billion. Now, I've played a lot of FNAF 2 in my time, and I will tell you firsthand, I have never, ever seen a clip of legitimate 1020 where the danger ambience completely stops, making it highly unlikely that this clip was played on 1020 either. If you're curious about the other oddball clip, while not as impressive as the 1 in 4 billion, is still decently rare. I'll throw up the math on screen for this one, but it all boils down to there only being 1 sound cue in this clip from Baby and Mangle, when you're expected to hear around 6 on average, which comes out to a 1 in 782. Magnitudes below clip 25, but still pretty rare nonetheless.
Here you are.
To the fact that Mark, at least on legitimate 1020, might have not even gotten past 2 AM. Since every clip past 2 AM either has the hair strand with no toys and no BB or Mangle sounds, we know it was part of the quote-unquote winning run played on 420 mode. If there's no hair strand, the clips just have insane odds that make it seem very unlikely to have been played on 1020 mode. And honestly, this does kind of make sense. The way that Mark was playing in a lot of these clips just isn't really the correct way to play the old strat. He's winding for 4 ticks then pulling down the cams in some of these clips, when you normally wind for 6 at the absolute minimum. And as someone who beat 1020 with the true old strat, you need every tick you can get. The left vent characters in Toy Bonnie are extremely punishing to your music box. Now, if we look back at everything from the perspective that Mark was playing legitimately, he would have to cut the winning night footage such that only the last 20 seconds were shown on camera, react to the star that is obtained from 420 mode despite never being seen with it before his win, react so hard and be so mentally overwhelmed that he's forced to cut to the Golden Freddy custom night screen, gameplay that doesn't really match up with how you're supposed to play the true old strategy, and never seeing a toy animatronic past 2 AM, or just having odds that make it extremely unlikely to be on a 1020 setup. I guess there is no definitive 100% proof on the matter, but if I were to judge the legitimacy of the run, I think that it's pretty clear that Mark just beat 420 mode and inserted fails of 1020 mode throughout the video in order to make it look like he was playing on true 1020. So this begs the question, why did Mark do this? Well, Markiplier isn't known on YouTube for his insane gaming skill or anything, he's just known for being a funny and entertaining guy. And he didn't mean anything bad by faking his run. It's not like the video was any less entertaining, but it's also important to consider that the style of content people would upload back then was so much different than how it is today. These days, we see YouTubers uploading maybe once a month, with high quality, movie-like edited videos. But back in those days, you'd see big name Let's Players dropping on the daily. Mark even says in his video that FNAF 3 is on the horizon, and he likely felt pressure to get this video out before FNAF 3 would release. He tried 1020 at first, and realized that the luck, skill, and most importantly time required for it just would not work with his schedule and upload frequency. And in all honesty, I get it. The pressure to get videos out at a reasonable frequency is insanely taxing. Trust me, I have been there plenty of times. Why do you think I used to mentally break down in almost every video when I was on my come up back in the summer of 2024? Not because of the challenges themselves, but the pressure to get them out and satisfy the audience. It's a very real thing. And as someone who dedicates their life to these FNAF challenges, it has taken me months at a time to complete some of the hardest ones. Granted, those are more so from building up skill over a long period of time instead of just getting lucky like in 1020 mode, but even as a victor of 1020 mode with the true old strategy, you still need an insane amount of luck to complete it. And it definitely took me longer than the one recording session that Mark was willing to give it. And that's coming from someone who sweats day in and day out at these games. As a casual gamer who's just trying to have a good time and make an entertaining video, I don't think anyone should be super surprised that Mark did this. Ultimately, Markiplier is an entertainer first and foremost. And in order to satisfy the quota for upload frequency back then, he really didn't have a choice. As speedrunner Carl Jobst once said, "People don't cheat for faster times, they cheat to get those times faster." Now, I'd like to dedicate the last portion of this video to addressing some common counter-arguments that I often see regarding Mark's 1020 completion. The first and most common counter-argument that I've seen has to do with how Mark edits the footage, with something along the lines of, well duh, Mark cut his footage, he wouldn't want people to sit through a ton of footage. And that would be fine, except for the fact that he cut the footage at the single most important point where you shouldn't cut it to prove that it was legitimate. And remember from earlier in the video, Mark knows this and acknowledged it in his Nightmare Aggressive Only completion. It also doesn't help that Markiplier showed his 2020 mode completion of FNAF 1 in its entirety. If he didn't want the footage to be repetitive, he definitely wouldn't have left it all in there, as FNAF 1 has the single simplest gameplay loop on top of having the longest nights. I just don't really see the argument here. And if you were to argue that Mark was editing his footage more as time went on and his channel evolved, then why did he also have his sister location 1020 win uncut as well in that video? It just doesn't really make any sense. The only other counter argument that I've seen, as funny as it sounds, is that Mark is just a lucky guy. Listen, I want to believe this as much as you guys do, but you have to remember that in this case, luck is the secondary aspect of what we're looking at here. The only reason that it was worth looking at the odds of these clips was because Mark reacted to the third star in the menu and cut the footage. If anyone got crazy luck on a full raw recording of 1020, there wouldn't be a reason to doubt it. The math just backs up the theory that he faked the run, but that theory was originally created from the strange cuts. There was also a counter-argument that because Mark said that he was playing for 9 hours, the probability should be adjusted for the amount of runs that he played in that time frame. I initially thought about adjusting for this as well, but as I was talking to It's Taken about it, he brought up a good point. The odds of animatronics not appearing would only factor into the overall probability if they had a direct correlation to failing runs. For example, let's look at the ending clip. In the last 20 seconds of the night, whether or not BB or Mangle move doesn't matter. If they're just moving around, it has zero correlation to the win rate of the night at this point. Therefore, the number of runs that Mark played doesn't really affect anything. It only adjusts the probability by how likely you are to die to those characters in that situation. He could have played 1,000,000 runs, and the odds that Balloon Boy and Mangle produced by not moving during those last 20 seconds would be the exact same. If you compare this to something like XOR spawns in Ultimate Custom Night, where the win rate is very dependent on the RNG there, then attempt frequency matters much more. And hey, who knows? Maybe across all of these clips, Mark just had some spiritually insane luck, and if he posts the raw footage and it's somehow legit, I will retract everything I said in this video and call it a literal miracle. With that said, I do want to reiterate the point that I made at the start of this video. I do not hate Markiplier, and I do not want people to hate Markiplier. I just thought that it was cool to do an insanely deep dive into the code and math behind this little game called FNAF 2. People really wanted to see a deeper dive into this subject from when I first covered it in the technical FNAF iceberg video, and I'm sorry it took so long to get this out. So I hope you enjoyed this video. And hey, if you're new here, why not subscribe?
switch mine carried over to the newer models too. One more thing. Don't forget the music box. I'll be honest. I never liked that puppet thing. It's always thinking, and it can go anywhere. I don't think a Freddy mask will fool it. So just don't forget the music box. Anyway, I'm sure it won't be a problem. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. him standing at the far end of the hall, just flash your light at him from time to time. Those older models would always get disoriented with bright light. It would cause a system restart or something. Come to think of it, maybe I try that on a 3D where something undesirable might be. It might hold him in place for a few seconds. That glitch might carry it over to the newer models too. One more thing, don't forget the music box. I'll be honest, I never liked that puppet thing. It's always
Eat my shorts.
Gomer. Gomer.
Eat my shorts.
Gomer. Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba!
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
Ay, caramba! Eat my shorts.
Homero, ¿vas a recortar? ¡Oye! Homero, ¿vas a recortar? ¡Oye! Homero, ¿vas a recortar? ¡Oye!
Domer.
Homero, ¿vas a recortar? ¡Oye! 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 Homero, ¿vas a recortar? ¡Oye!
Domer.
Jeremiah Perkins.
Pizza! Pizza! Congratulations, you won.
Domer.
Ay, caramba! Domer. Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
Domer.
Ay, caramba! Domer. Eat my shorts.
you
Emergency protocol is now enforced. Evacuate. Emergency protocol is now enforced. Evacuate.
Hey yo, it's Angelo, back again with another game of video! Looks like we are going to play a game called Get a Snack at 4 a.m. Whoa! Oh, good thing it's not at 3 a.m. That's when all the creepy stuff happens, right? Okay, welcome to Tutti Frutti 9000. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. It's me, your self-conscious.